Hello, hello everybody! Welcome, welcome. It's Thursday. Natalie. It's Thursday. And that means we're playing more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles today. I had to make sure my light was on. It felt very weird lighting in my camera. Hello everybody. Hello Trithus. Hello Snow. Hello Tony. Thursday is my favorite Tuesday. It's basically second Tuesday. Who decided that there needed to be 2 days with tea? You know? Who decided that? Who decided that? Alex, are you having a good time in chat? You're still waiting on Miles, who said he was gonna be 5 minutes late. They're 2 letters off and start with a T and end with a day! Give me a break! I mean, all of the days end with the day. Nah, that's kind of how they work. You know, that's a pretty apt quote. Hi guys.
Hi.
That was a very appropriate quote. Beautiful. I need to do levels for everybody, so... Alex.
No, don't level me.
Don't level me.
No.
I don't want my dick to be flattened.
That's not what that means!
I got chicken.
Great. Levi?
I have salad and pizza. I am doing those things. I'm eating them. I'm not doing them. That would be weird.
Great,
Don't stick your
I'm
dick
glad. Okay, anyway, Shasta?
I don't have food,
Okay.
but I'm gonna be talking, so I guess I shouldn't. I can go get some though if you want me to
No.
eat and talk.
No. No.
And Miles still isn't fucking here.
Miles, it's been 12 minutes. Where are you?
I'm Miles. I'm here.
It's true.
Ha ha ha.
Ah. Ah ha ha ha.
I
Ah.
sure do like. I sure do like Polyworld.
Try
Everybody.
being worse at fake laughing.
Hmm.
Collaborative mukbang stream.
Yes.
Japanese jumble mix.
I like the Japanese jumble mix outfit more.
It definitely fits his personality.
Mm-hmm. God, so cute.
I was considering taking the drip off, yes.
I like the drip.
I personally, I would have done it by this point. I would want the last case to be as like intended, but that's me. I have no problem with keeping the drip on because it's also great.
Can we
I
keep
like
Sasato's?
Iris's normal clothes.
I do like Iris's normal clothes. Ryu
Or
could
Susato's
have
normal
Ryu
clothes.
or yeah, Susato's
Mhm.
traditional clothes, but like Rinosuke's got the chew on his shoulder and like
Mhm.
that's
And
He
it's
shouldn't-
intended to be a match to his boyfriend.
He doesn't actually have the sword anymore, right? Because he gave it. back to
yeah,
Kasuma.
we don't actually have the sword.
It's just
but-
like this because otherwise spoilers.
Right. I agree. We do need the shrew, but I like Susato's normal. We also don't. We only get to see Ryu sometimes in court, and so it feels less.
Yeah, and it feels less out of. It feels more out of character right now for Sholmes to be, like, in that. I think right now, like he's in his element. He's like doing the. He's in his. He's feeling
Yeah.
like the old days with Eugen and everything. Like,
Right. He doesn't need to look like.
He was getting ready to leave
A
and he was
mess.
wearing that outfit, and Eugen was like, "What the fuck are you wearing?"
What the fuck are you wearing, Sholmes?
Miles says to get started without him, and then he'll be here soon.
Okay. You fool. You goddamn fool. It's fine. We're investigating. We're examining. I'm Eugen. Oh god. I wasn't prepared. There's a speaking tube here. Look. Though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose.
Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere.
Gas. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think?
Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering.
Hello, Sophie.
That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? It wasn't even snakes, Sean's. This is the waste paper basket, look. And there's still some rubbish inside.
Indeed. Then let us pry. I've discovered recently that I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets.
I sincerely hope only for your work.
Ah. Here we have a notice issued to the passengers from 3 days ago.
Oh yeah, Eugen in a Western-based outfit investigating with Herlock in an Eastern-based outfit. Yeah, that is very funny.
3 days ago, the night before we arrived in London then, when I was still aboard myself.
Evacuation drill notice 31st October. Okay.
Ah yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once.
Okay. The evacuation drill itinerary has been entered into the court record. We'll have to look at that later, I guess, because I think it won't let me look at it now. Yeah.
Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it...
Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off.
The ice isn't melted. Ice be good about ice. What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks.
Where could the ice be stored, possibly?
Pardon?
Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think?
Boom.
Well, it is a luxury liner, after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce, as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world.
Certainly we could. The sight of you is making my mouth water.
Oh my god!
I'm sorry?
Holy shit, Sholmes.
Herlock, not right now.
That is...
A
Woo!
little forward. A little
damn.
forward.
I know it's been a few years, but damn, dude.
I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know.
Shut up, Nightbot. It's fucking homophobic. Wow.
Wow. It does sound kind of gay. Woo!
Extremely gay.
Super gay. Hella gay.
These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases.
Rules have increased since I... Probably just my imagination.
What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you?
You
We're
may
not
be
straight
right.
either.
Oh, a trifle. You know what I always... There's nothing important about trifles.
It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off.
We've not looked at the clothes pile yet.
According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe.
Indeed he was. And it was of a similar size to... Ah! You must climb inside yourself!
Shasta, you keep cutting out. I don't know what's...
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was just me, because I'm on the hotel Wi-Fi.
No.
When I had the sensitivity adjusted to be less and no more... It was picking up every little... Turn it back up.
Yeah, I didn't catch things, so it was picking up every little.
Yeah.
You will hear a lot more shifting noises now.
I mean, Eugen did indeed have a wife. I don't think he still has a wife. Isn't that the whole thing? Or was that someone else?
Yeah, she died.
She died, yeah.
While giving birth to Sata, right?
Yeah.
Who gave birth to whom?
Susato's mom gave birth to Susato.
I'd hope so.
Well, you know.
You know, you never know.
Well, Snow, she's dead, so...
That's also true.
So
I'm
it
sorry,
doesn't
wait,
matter
I'm
how she
fine.
feels about it.
Oh, she'd be proud of him.
Oh, for getting on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
wait, Sholmes, you missed the gayest line. Hold on.
Oh, damn it.
The gayest line.
Here it is. Sholmes.
Oh, damn, I'm sad I missed her.
What? Whatever for?
Get in the closet, Mikotoba. It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric.
You accused him of murdering his best friend. I don't think we need to reenact this.
Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment.
Really, Sholmes? Surely you can just tell me what you said?
Well, I uttered some brilliant remarks and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer.
I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Iris is a better storyteller than you are.
Well, she writes in a book. I have to say them. There's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, and a dressing gown. Momohiki work trousers,
Nope.
a Tanzan...
Nope.
What?
We'll start quicker than next time.
Well, I couldn't.
Momohiki work trousers, a Tenzin robe, a haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man.
I was literally like, oh, it's Shasta. It's Mikotoba. Of course it's Shasta. And then I'm like, oh. Aha.
And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe.
Looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that, something of a hurry.
Indeed. You could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too few.
I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think.
Seshiro's fucking jacked.
That's a very sizable trunk indeed.
Seshiro is partial to all things large.
Mm-hmm.
Of course he is.
Mm-hmm.
And a rather clumsy fellow if you failed to notice he'd left that behind.
Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to his speedy escape.
Pity, it's locked, so we can't look inside.
Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different, though.
Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present.
Alright.
Oh hey, what's
Oh.
that?
It's been moved. The rules have been moved.
Interesting.
Weird.
What are they covering up?
Exactly.
Plenty of reading material
Bloodstain?
to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages.
Bloodstain.
Bullet hole?
I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say.
Is Seshiro in the trunk?
I love that game.
Would he fit in there?
It's a big trunk, they said.
Just keep
He's a big guy.
reading.
Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows.
I'm afraid it's just me. But no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible.
Leaving a copy behind. Just happen to have one with me.
Really?
You scaries?
You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? All the doors on this vessel have locks, I believe.
A wise idea. You never know where and when criminals may strike. But of course, to the great detective Sherlock Holmes. Lock, bolt, or shut button. It makes no difference.
I'm sorry. Why are
We can
they
undress you in 5 seconds flat.
bodies? They're being so gay.
All are unfastened with equal ease.
What the fuck?
The way you go on, sound rather more like a great thief than a great detective.
My dear Mikotoba, as long as there is greatness, I am quite satisfied.
Oh boy.
Of course you are. This wall is a slightly different color here. Do you see?
Indeed. What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed.
Next to something bright.
Perhaps your friend is an art thief.
Scratch that.
Listen, he gets the first step, just not the follow-through.
He has a
That's true.
high intelligence and low wisdom.
He can point out the facts, he just can't do the if this, then this.
figure out
Yeah,
what
he
the hell it
can't
means.
put them together, but he can point them out.
No,
I've connected the dots. You've connected nothing.
I've
connected
connected the
them.
dots. No, there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure.
He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late.
I think perhaps we
Been to
should
France one
focus
time.
our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you?
Oh god. I can't see. I took my glasses off. Hold on. Don't do it. I hear you clicking.
What?
Do what? I was clicking over to do another Alex quote while you were rubbing your glasses.
I thought you were clicking over to redeem something.
That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere.
Ah.
Ah, my mouth is full of chicken.
No,
Me
weird.
too.
Oh wow.
Very appropriate.
For this
Honestly.
one too.
You
Oh,
are
Felicia.
still here.
Thanks, Levi.
Ah! Abel Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again.
My name's not Abel. This is chicken.
I was beginning to think you'd never materialize.
I was hoping I wouldn't. There.
Oh, there's 7 ninja codes on his arm.
Yeah.
You are waiting for me?
Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner.
Oh, I'm not Russian. I was in trouble with Captain because trick you play before.
Oh, innocent chicken.
It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now!
Of course. We shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done.
Just do a Sasato takedown and flip them upside down so you get the numbers. What are you talking about?
Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth.
Yes.
Hey, Kakoi!
I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at
Oh,
all.
he is in there, isn't he?
Fuck.
I hope he's just hiding.
You are
Ah,
conscious.
And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff.
We're awful.
I'm so sorry.
Exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? I was thinking he couldn't have left that long ago because the ice was not melted.
Yeah.
How can you?
Good gracious, Jones. You mean you worked it out? All of it?
It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less.
Shikoku must be behind the rules, I think.
He's just stuck in the wall.
flat
and his face
Stanley
sticking out.
himself.
Yeah.
There's a morgue door back there. You pull it out. He's just on the gurney.
So, would you care to join me for a dance? I haven't seen that word.
Inimitable.
Inimitable logic and reasoning.
He's inside your walls!
I was more just imagining like his front half through the wall, his ass sticking out.
Oh lord.
Seshiro Jikoku is in your walls.
Good argument. Unfortunately, I am inside your walls.
Good lord.
Nothing would please me more.
What is this?
We have but minutes until this vessel puts to sea. No games now.
But this is not a video game.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my god, the shooting
Fuck.
shift on Mikotoba. Amazing.
Mr. Struck, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago.
That is what I said.
Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there's something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it.
What?
Ah, yes, of course.
I see you've noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please, do take the lead.
Yeah.
Not even a course correction, just doing it.
We're just doing it.
He because he like recognizes that, right?
Yeah.
That he's
Ah.
not good, that he-
Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then,
Look
Mikoto.
at this art.
Yo, the
Hell
portrait.
yeah.
It looks so
good.
It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3.
Why, of course it has. Quite.
You already said it was 10 years.
All the clues are here in the cabin for your eyes to see.
He's
You had all the
watching you.
clues, Mr. Policeman. You could have saved them.
But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me.
Oh my god.
I think I can manage that.
Oh, this is. Oh,
This is so gay.
impress me.
I love this.
Ah,
Take that!
this rules so hard.
Yo!
Babe!
Dance.
Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass.
Did we go
Yo!
to fucking tap dance?
He
He
did.
did.
Fucking
Absolutely
and they
did.
gave like a sound effect for it and everything.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Curious shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago.
This good ice. Ah.
It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Let's say insane.
Oh, get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes.
One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff?
Ah.
But why would Cicero run from us?
Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter.
College music rules.
Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan?
God, Seshiro's so fucking tall.
Huge!
Hottie.
Ah, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Cicero was... yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage.
As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide.
What traces?
Yeah. I know nothing about this.
Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff?
Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at?
As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice.
Something out of place in here. That's the key to this.
That's the key to this, Mikoto. The remnants of this dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't ever foresee doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikoto.
No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here.
Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow.
It's the rules, right?
Chicken's also fucking
Yeah.
huge.
It's
Yeah.
Because
for the rules.
we're looking at the thing that's
It's out of place.
sealing.
Also,
No,
I do like I like the double play on traces. I don't know if they mean it, but like the outline of the rules is traced on the
Yeah.
wall.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, they're so cool.
It's the rules
God,
of
they're so fucking
passage
cool.
in this frame here. They're obviously out of place.
This is the best dance of deduction. This is so
Yeah.
good.
And this says so much about Sholmes is like that he actually can be really good at this, but he needs the right partner to get through it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like really, I really love this.
Right.
Yeah.
And like when he was doing it, he was He was honestly, I think he was trying to show off to Rinosuke, and didn't.
And not succeeding.
Yeah, and like, but then didn't like, never quite learned that he could trust him enough to do this.
Hmm.
He's really good at making up the entire ad-lib, just not filling in the blanks that it requires.
Yeah.
And he needs someone to be like, to check him, to like catch
Right.
him.
He needs
support
someone.
him.
He needs someone who is like assertive, and Kotoba is assertive, and Rinosuke is like not that confident in himself yet.
I love how much it tells you about their
Like,
relationship, that this is going so much better than every other deduction we've ever done.
Yeah.
Right, and classically, like, Watson was always important as the person for Holmes to bounce off of, right?
Mhm.
Even if it's like more pronounced here.
I think this is great. I fucking love this.
The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry.
Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. The frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match.
Ah, you are right. When did that frame move?
Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability.
Hey, fuck off! Ah.
Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve.
So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall?
No.
Fuck.
Wait.
A bullet hole.
Then this is the room that Gregson got shot
They
in.
died in.
Yeah.
This is where my
I'm just
Gregson
thinking
died.
of- did
Eugen,
kill
what did you
Gregson?
do?
Goku.
Or Jigoku, yeah.
Yeah, not Eugen. Eugen is Mikotoba.
Yes, that's what I meant to say.
That looks like a bullet hole.
What? Who was shooting walls?
I could hear in my head the fact, and I knew exactly what noise was gonna come out of your mouth. I was waiting for it.
I
still
see the
consider
projectile has
myself
been
wrong.
removed.
I keep taking a bite or a sip at the wrong time.
Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff,
Ah!
I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant.
I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect the Eastern stranger?
Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good.
Ah!
I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time. Aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by...
By giving him the code.
I really don't know how to approach this one, Holmes.
Oh, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. And I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'll put a wager on it.
So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I can certainly do that.
Let's stare at his ass. Together.
Oh, he's got something in his back. Yeah, that's that
He's
money.
been paid
Get him
off.
off. That's actually pretty funny.
Let's look at his ass.
Together.
Butt shot. Butt shot.
Just like tippity tappity tap. Your ass.
That's not gonna get old to me.
No, it's amazing.
It's almost too obvious for words.
Quite.
Oh,
The universal language of the world. Money.
Butts.
Butts.
You guys are
Ah,
Butt
my butt. My butt.
And I'd wager
Ah.
the eastern fellow in question is Seshiro Jigoku. Yes?
Yeah.
So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice.
But
I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time.
Yeah, he's in the trunk.
I looked down directly at the trunk.
As always, be caught up in matters of deduction, the furtive glance as your unfaltering ally.
Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor.
We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding.
I don't own any gays.
The slightest flick of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible.
You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious.
We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow.
Ah!
Oh, wait, Nathan.
God, he is just fucking staring at it!
He's looking at the trash can. Jigoku's there.
He put himself in the trash!
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you?
Ah,
The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk.
If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he couldn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible.
But how can we? Are you forgetting the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code.
The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure.
Of course.
In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff.
go. No! No, I know nothing about combination code.
I love that he fucking puts his arm up.
He flexes the arm with it on it, yeah.
No, I know nothing.
Well.
Don't move a muscle, my good seaman.
Ah,
Never knocking.
Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk?
Okay, so
Oh
it's,
God,
it's
our lung
five.
muscles.
No. It's 5231045.
They say, I don't think this is Zero Escape gonna make us enter it.
It might. I don't know.
How on earth do you expect me?
It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time.
Way just like
Yes!
set them up for it.
Oh, it
Oh my
does!
god, that's great.
5231045.
Somebody's gotten that as a tattoo, right?
That's
That's a
so
fucking
rad.
ugly
That's so
tattoo.
rad. That's so rad. Ah!
But that's great. I love this.
I did it. It's open.
Miles.
Jigoku.
Was it Miles Jigoku?
It was me.
No.
Levi,
Oh.
you fool.
I'm
I
Susato.
think-
I'm almost nobody else.
I think Miles was Jigoku maybe in the first trial.
I was in the first trial,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, yeah. You just had to meddle, didn't you?
Oh my god.
okay, bud.
What are you
This
doing?
is the
in
second
there?
hot man we've seen crammed into a small space.
Well, Eugen, you've found me now.
Seishiro.
What?
was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here. You know.
But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it.
No, quite. I just wish it were some other way.
Well, are you ever going to introduce me?
Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Thank you, Snow.
Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion.
The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion, who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour.
I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor.
This is spicy.
The shade of it all.
Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all of this?
You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life, here in this very ship.
By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you.
And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it?
I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. Sholmes, I think?
It's somewhat surprising, I must say. Why wouldn't they just put his name there?
Yeah,
He's been here.
I don't know.
Waters.
Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are on very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available.
So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. But I don't care for your opinion.
Wow.
Oh, damn.
Jesus
Damn.
Christ.
I didn't see
The
Cody
girls
taking
are-
friendly to that either.
Indeed fighting.
Jigoku is like, listen, Eugen's my boyfriend, and I don't appreciate this. I know you've been flirting with him the whole time you've been in this room. I've heard everything. Fuck
And
off.
Jones is like, you are no threat to me.
You may have had him for 10 years, but I had him for a good year.
The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am.
You versus the guy who tells you not to worry about.
Yeah.
I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in the cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else from taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it?
Nugent, I have nothing to say to you.
Damn.
Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its onward voyage, not pick port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once.
You have no jurisdiction over my
Fucking
movements.
diplomatic immunity.
We have this, Seishiro. Take it.
Ooh. Angie eyes.
What is it?
It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be.
How the fuck did y'all get that so fast?
Ooh!
You came prepared then, Eugen.
Good
Oh
lord.
my
man.
god! What is happening?
Those eyes.
Ah!
Come on, let's go.
One moment.
What is it, Jones?
Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk.
Oh god, what's in your trunk? What did you do?
I found this rather
Junk.
fascinating trinket.
Oh, it's the top of the pocket watch.
Fuck.
What? Oh God!
Ah!
What a fucking twist, dude. Holy shit.
What is that? Seishiro.
I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea.
The look on his face. I think he genuinely doesn't know.
Well, I'll just pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France.
The small component has been entered into the court record. Yeah, it's the top of a pocket watch.
Fuck.
Our boy was in this cabin, and somebody shot him. And I think it might have been Chikuku.
That seems too obvious at this point.
I mean, it could be obvious, but also it could be, 5D chess, and the obvious answer is the correct one.
I think it wants us to go 60 there.
Hmm.
All the way back around.
To what?
To our first conclusion of
heart.
Gant. Or not Gant.
Gant!
That's three.
Gant
Yes,
time
Bogart.
traveled! Gant's
You
here!
kinda did.
Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant.
Oh, that was delightful. Ah! 12:10 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. That was the
4
best
minutes.
dance of deduction.
And 4
It was a
minutes.
sick segment.
It was fucking rad as hell. Anyway, okay. I want to look at the evacuation drill. Okay, following the departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume
And that's when
duties
someone was murdered.
as soon as the drill is over. So in that 20 minutes from 10 p.m. to 10:20 is when Gregson was killed and stuffed in the fridge. This is 100% the top of a pocket watch.
There is nothing else this could be.
See these little things all over the place.
Nope.
Father?
I took a drink of water. You're trying to kill me. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part of the on the top of a pocket watch that you twisted at the time, isn't it?
It's called the crown, I believe. What would be useless that one?
The crown, like what sits on the top of a monarch's head. It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually,
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo?
if this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here, somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm sure you have.
I appreciated your continuation of the metaphor. I appreciated it, Rinosuke.
Oh, something stuck in my throat. Okay.
Ah. I see. Karma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Yeah.
Oh yeah, how is Kazuma involved in?
I mean, he
The
was
shit.
there.
All of this.
Like yeah,
He-
but what is now?
I
We're like,
don't-
what's the details of his
Right, I
involvement
don't
with
think
that?
he was
right?
in the room.
Yeah.
He was trying to stop Gregson from doing something.
Yeah, yeah. That would make sense.
I still can't fucking believe. Like, my brain's still like, is Gregson really the Reaper? Because I can't. That's so.
Right?
It's been so. It's been so
Part of me-
accepted.
Yeah, part of me thinks that he could have been, but then changed his mind when like he adopted a Gina essentially
Yeah.
because she would have been a victim. And so
Mhm.
like whatever this last job was really went fucking south because he couldn't do it.
Yeah, they took him out because he wouldn't do whatever.
The tip of the great sword. Broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. We can look at the trunk again, Nat. But I do think it might just be like the rendering. The trunk is also like not that large. Let's pop it open. No, I mean that looks correct to me. That looks about what's missing from the sword. It's just hard to tell because, like, this trunk is pretty small. But because it's like a trunk, it just kind of feels like it should be bigger. So it makes the piece of the blade look really large, I think. I mean, it's good to check.
I love Ace Attorney SMR.
Or like just the beeps of being in the menu.
Yeah, yeah, with silence.
Kazuma Osogi, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying.
During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained.
What?
I mean, they don't know. He's in France right now.
We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection. No, the trial cannot end now.
You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword.
You should know when to lay down yours.
Okay, I thought he was gonna say it.
And you should know never to presume when the battle is won.
The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty.
all relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court has yet to hear a single word of testimony.
In that case, call your witness to the stand, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible.
The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
What on earth? Who on earth is this crucial witness?
Jigoku.
Yeah.
Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper.
Judge Shigoku? You found him! Love that sound effect too.
But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man?
He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions.
Herlock Sholmes.
Inspector Gregson almost certainly had met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Sogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku was the sole witness, who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October.
Well, it would appear that it is too soon to move adjudication at this point.
The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered.
In that case, I hereby call an end to today's proceedings. Court will reconvene in the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side?
No, my lord.
No objections, my lord.
We'll live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth.
Saying we and meaning him, Susato, and Van Zeeks is like a really warm and fuzzy feeling.
Yeah.
Like just like it made my heart warm a second there. I was like, oh.
Snow, we're skipping investigation. We're not doing that, right? We're just going to court again. Is that what
I
you're
want to
implying?
go back to court.
Because I'd believe it. I'd believe it.
I don't know. We'll see.
Because we just did an investigation.
Shut up. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Iris!
Ah!
Oh my god, that looks so good.
So do I get him back, or?
Do you want him back?
I
mean,
feel
I'm fine
like
with him back.
I feel like he's gonna be talking a lot at the same time as Sholmes. But
Okay. We have returned, my dear fellows.
welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help.
I mean, if that's the case, then he's also going to be talking a lot at the same time as Ryunosuke. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikoto and I, no?
You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
So this prosecutor, Asogi, Had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say?
Oh yes, the good old recap.
Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed.
Mr. Naruhodo?
I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse.
When all this started, almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholm still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie.
Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku?
Go ahead, Shasta.
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man.
Poor Professor Mikotaba. This must be quite a shock for him.
Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home.
What is it?
Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday.
What did he want from us?
Is it rent? You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
God. Oh, you've had a reply already?
What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes?
Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone.
Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
The only time I've ever heard kippers is in Fantasy
I
High.
was just thinking about that! I was just thinking about Baby and
Iris is
Sea
Cathilda.
Capster talking about
Mhm.
kippers.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here.
On top of the turkey.
This place appears to be the only set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mikey.
Probably Mickey.
Mickey? Yeah, that makes
Because
sense.
it's Mikotaba.
Yeah. Professor Mickey?
I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
Oh, Jesus, Iris!
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
That Daddy couldn't be here. Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Oh!
She heard that whole conversation!
Oh, yeah!
Of course she did.
Oh, yeah!
That's why she...
Oh, she almost feel like an asshole. I feel like an asshole. Iris, do you mean...
Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
What?
Will never.
He fucking hit the floor.
Oh, God, I love it when he hits the deck.
I thought it With his positioning, he could have almost hit the table and sent it all flying.
A misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father.
Wait, did I miss something?
They heavily implied that it wasn't.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
just haven't explained who her actual
Who
father
it is? Okay.
Yeah, Shulma's let her think that it's the guy who wrote the letters this whole time, and she was like, oh, well then it's Mikotoba, but it's not.
Yes, about that, Iris. You know I
know. You can't tell me at the moment.
Oh, Iris.
The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant?
Because you don't deserve an apology.
You piece of shit.
You don't deserve an apology, Sholmes. You're just an asshole. Mikotoba deserves an apology. So, just who is Iris's father? I suppose it's not something we'll be finding out today. Yeah, I think it's Clint.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So
gotta
then,
be. It's
let us
fucking
die.
gotta be. Let us
Well,
die?
So then, let us die. Hell yeah.
No pheasant.
Time to-
We must
Time
die.
to fucking die.
Time to.
So no pheasant smashes the phone, jumps on the skateboard.
Also breaks stack. So then, let us dine. While a largely feathered-less plates are still piping hot.
God, Sholmes, you're such a brat.
A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There's always seconds.
Except for the pheasant.
Except for the pheasant.
Mhm.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan. And about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away.
Is this the first time in Ace Attorney history we are having a conversation while eating food with the people that we're talking to?
Sholmes, what are you doing? Is this your no talk me Angie?
This is sad
Looks-
boy hours.
So skinny.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like you could pick him up and chuck him like a
God,
football.
he's being so
You could shot-
petulant.
You could shot put this man.
He's
being...
posing to look skinnier than usual so that maybe
That's
some
an
spare
Iris.
pheasant will slide his way.
He looks so petulant. Oh, what's...
Oh, did you just change his outfit?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
He's trying to look like a poor small Victorian
Okay,
boy
hold on.
starving on the streets.
Okay.
And he's
Just-
taking up half the fucking couch like an asshole. There's not a lot of space here.
Just...
Briefly.
Oh, just to see it, yeah.
Just to-
I concur.
Just...
God, that music fucks.
While we're doing this, full disclosure, I was not going to be very happy, personally, if Mikotoba was her dad. As a half East Asian person, I was just like, she doesn't fucking and it's like a me problem more than anything. It's not to say that you can't be half Asian and look more white, but I was just like,
It would have been a weird pull.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it would have been weird.
I was not a fan of the idea, and I was talking in Right for Smash about it, and people were being all coy, and now I get it.
Anyway.
It is a fun misdirection, like a fun brief kind of.
Yeah, it's definitely
Such
like...
a striking idea that it really catches your attention.
Right,
to
it's
then
like hot in the
completely pull you
moment.
off the actual trail.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
hot in the moment, and then they pretty much immediately are like, that's not what's going on here.
My mouth was shut for that entire segment because I was just thinking about this and hoping that it wouldn't be true, and whew.
Anyway, there's
That's
Angie.
happened to me before in these games where it's like, I hope this isn't the case, and then it's not, and you're like, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
The greatest triumph.
Clutching his mask like a security blanket.
Oh, I gotta go back and look. I was too busy. I
Listen,
fully
I
didn't
was
even
there
look at
for
it.
so
I'm gonna go back
long.
later. I'm saying I'm gonna go back later. This is entirely a me problem.
Molly's doing it. He's already committed. Oh, okay.
No? What are you
Oh, okay.
Can
I thought
someone,
you.
can
I'm
someone-
sorry. I thought you were going back to the menu to put it back. Sorry.
No, Molly was going back to the menu to put him back his regular clothes.
Yeah.
You're taking up so much of the couch. There's nowhere else to sit, you asshole.
Alex, I'm
He's
so used to talking like to
Only
Selena.
one here.
I thought you were just talking to Selena without realizing that you're not.
No, it's just, I mean, yeah, like technically there's no one else here, but we're all trying to eat like, everyone in this scene is canonically
I know.
No,
trying
no,
to
no.
eat.
I was remarking on the fact that literally no one else's models are accessible to me right now. It's just him angry on the couch. Like a fucking child.
Ow, fuck. Ow, something popped.
It's a quiz.
Roast beef,
Yep.
kippers stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. It all looks
what my spine
mouth-wateringly
is.
good.
It's a quiz.
Indeed it does.
Yeah,
We think it's Clint.
we're expecting it to be. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I posed it first. I've been thinking about
think so.
Clint
I
Van
think
Zeke's a
you-
lot.
I think you may have thought it first, but I don't think you said it out loud first.
We're definitely at least on that
we-
same
we've
page
been,
now.
We've been throwing a bunch of ideas around. We also thought about Strongheart for a bit and Van Zeke's for a bit.
Mm-hmm. And also
But to me,
maybe Shoals, but probably not.
that would be a fucking twist.
Clint, because it would be the most devastating.
Hooray,
And
you're
because-
dead.
and
You know
because
who he
I
is
am-
now. He's dead.
He's
And
been
I'm
dead.
I'm really suspicious of Clint Van Zeke's.
Also, it would be classic Shu Takumi to do that.
Yeah.
To do the dead parent before you can even meet them.
Yeah.
He loves that shit
It does happen a
a
lot.
lot.
With some frequency.
And if
Oh
it
my
were
God.
accompanied by even a morsel of pheasant, it would be perfection.
Jesus Christ, Sholmes.
You're still on that.
Oh, it really does look like a feast celebrating a victory in court. And the victory was not getting Van Zeke's killed today.
Oh,
Ye father.
indeed. For drowning one's sorrows after defeat.
Bitch.
I hope you aren't referring to the trial tomorrow. He father is Enoch Drever, and her mopther is Shamspear. I do just want to laugh.
Can we just make all of that one quote?
Are you okay? Try this.
That was funny, and the second one made it so much funnier. Oh god.
I'm doing the quote. You can
Okay,
go ahead,
great.
Larry.
I was-
Snow, that implying that Courtney wasn't the one who banged Trevor.
Right?
It's the other way around.
It's Sandwich!
It's
I mean, Snow,
I
his
do
name
keep
is
rating the
also
person.
Sandwich. I think he's still Sandwich in our court record.
Yeah, I don't think his name is not legally Beppo anymore.
He's legally not Beppo.
Maria's so cute. I love Maria.
Maria's very cute. It feels like she didn't have much to do in the story. I'm like, well, who knows?
She might testify.
Yeah, that might happen. True.
Testify.
Every time I hear that, I think of that one line from the Phineas and Ferb where
Testify,
Isabella's mom goes,
Candace.
"Testify, Candace, testify." Every time I hear that, every time.
Evil.
I'm just gonna be
God.
thinking about Tastify now, thanks to events.
So ominous.
What?
It just
to events.
Oh, try this. I have seen some very cute Maria and Xena stuff.
Can we quote thanks to events?
What are the events? Is it Bloodgate? Did they make a joke about that in
No,
Bloodgate?
it was
Is
just
it
Shasta
blood?
said Tastify like yesterday in
Somebody
voice chat.
spelled tasty really weird, and I was like, Tastify.
Oh yeah, I did that. The
I
tasty
feel
weird.
like Tastify was like an ad campaign for something recently. Anyway.
Anyway,
I just like Phineas and Ferb will never leave me.
Phineas and Ferb is so good. We should watch Phineas and Ferb together.
Sure. You need to watch the Danganronpa anime first.
No, Phineas and Ferb episodes are so short and also so much fun. We need Perry the Platypus in our lives.
Our Lord and Savior, Perry the Platypus.
Let's
Truly.
do it this way. We watch Danganronpa 2 episodes, and then we cleanse with Phineas and Ferb.
The Hope arc, the future, the Despair arc, the future arc, and the Phineas and Ferb arc.
And the Phineas and Ferb palette cleanser.
The highest canon body count.
oh, thank you, Miles. I was about to add that.
What? Who has the highest?
Also it's not.
Isn't it FDR?
It is FERB.
Oops.
Well,
Phineas with an F and Ferb with a PH now. Horrifying.
So bad. Fix it, Shasta. You fool.
I love you guys.
Oh my god. Wasn't there is it just a meme, or, because there was like something, I can't remember what Phineas's name got changed to, but it was something in Frob? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No fucking idea.
No.
Oh,
I haven't watched the
I
show.
think it was a meme. I think it was just a meme. That
I
was being
remember
passed around.
seeing one of those posts that was like, you have to get rid of one, and it was like a bunch of TV shows, and just Phineas was trending. Not Ferb, just Phineas.
Poor Ferb.
Bullying
Bullying.
for saying she fucks?
how dare you imply
That's
such
not
things?
bullying. It's the opposite of bullying.
Okay. Phineas and Frob, thank you. Yes. I
God,
don't
this
remember
fucking
what the
tangent.
context of Phineas and Frob was, but I could remember Frob because it's funny as fuck. Anyway.
We need to name a train. Frob.
Frob. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
Being petulant. Oh my god.
Surely it's abundantly clear.
God.
A+ delivery.
That I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless,
He was like, he didn't even ask. He just keeps looking at him. And,
longingly.
and Yuchin is just like, I'm not, like, internally, I'm not
He
sharing it
keeps
with you
lying.
unless you actually ask.
He's doing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's doing. He's just watching Eugen eat the pheasant bite by bite and sighing like a small dog.
Yeah.
Mecha mind no bitches touching
That's
me. I'm not clicking.
I am.
I don't think it'll go anywhere. I don't think it was meant to be a link. Oh.
I felt the
No
need
one's
to
seen that
withdraw
image.
from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Oh my god, get over yourself.
He's a small dog that thinks he's a big dog. Absolutely. Whose dog collar do you think it was we found? That's why you won't talk about it.
Oh boy. I was laughing at that, but I was also adjusting, and so I couldn't talk.
I felt very awkward. Nobody else laughed.
I laughed at it. I was just
Thank
muted because I was adjusting my
I was trying to do a no
body.
bitches meme.
Yeah, I was watching the thing load, so I didn't see it.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. If you had told me who my daddy was immediately, maybe you would have gone to that pheasant.
Even though I've played the role of a father to you for far longer.
I'm your
I
father.
fucking love this.
I pay the taxes.
Charles, I pay all of the bills, Hurley.
I pay rent.
I send them off in the post every time because you refuse.
Stamps are hard.
Stamps are hard.
You lick things you're not supposed to all the time. You lick the thing you're supposed to lick.
That's just perfectly in character. Oh my god.
Mr. Jones? Could I discuss some things with you?
Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversations.
I like to imagine he can't figure it out because he licks the wrong side.
And then he gets poisoned and dies.
That's so good.
Oh gosh.
That's
We're
so
never getting
good.
through this dinner.
Ah.
No doubt, you're hungry to learn more from my deep love of game.
I'm allowed to spoil Ace Attorney games that I've played. Because everyone's played more than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can probably contain my curiosity on that one.
You needed to look at me in that fashion.
Half laughing, very concerned. In what fashion?
It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
Boo!
Pokemon made that joke, you can't make it.
That one makes
Stop
me want to
spoiling
retch.
games. Yeah, I've been very bad about spoiling games that I've never played before and don't know the plot of.
Poison stamps? What could it mean? Ah.
Yeah, I did not think of Ace Attorney. I did also think Seinfeld, which isn't even what happens in that episode. I don't think.
Someone dies of
don't-
being poisoned.
I don't know anything about Seinfeld.
Well, okay. Oh, there's an episode of Seinfeld like pretty notoriously where George Costanza's getting married for some reason,
Okay.
and he
Just
meets
for the
this
hell of
woman
it?
and. Yeah, and they get envelopes to like mail out their wedding invitations, and they get like the cheapest envelopes they can get because he's really not invested in this wedding, and he leaves her to like do all the invitations,
Mhm.
and she licks all the envelopes closed, and it kills her.
Oh.
Like it's poison, or it's like toxic. Like the material that on the cheap envelopes is toxic. So when after closing all of them, she gets very ill or dies.
Right.
Oh my
It's
god.
Like that's like a pretty like famous episode of Seinfeld. So like that's what I think we're talking about. Like licking stamps and dying isn't exactly the same thing, but like licking envelopes closed and dying is
Yeah.
same ballpark.
God.
Similar adhesive.
I want to know about Kazuma first.
Look at both.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, it's super out of character, but I would like to know about that one first.
So how long do you think it would take if you started transitioning Simon's name to be Kazuma?
for him to realize what his new name is.
He's not a Kazuma. I know.
He doesn't carry around a sword.
He's not a little.
He would.
He's not a little katana.
He does
wielding
have
kitty.
enough. He has enough fingers to do it.
He has so many toes. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie.
I took no pleasure in deceiving you.
I don't even remember the name of Nicolina's cat.
Why do I remember it being like Princess or something? Or Snowball?
Is this Snowball?
It was something
Fire.
very generic.
However, at the time,
Wagahai's a Siamese cat, right?
all that
No, Wagahai's a calico.
concerned me
No.
was preventing the young man's study
Calico.
tour
Oh,
from
okay, yeah, I
taking
haven't seen him in a
place.
while. I knew he had markings, but I couldn't remember.
Whatever the cost.
Preventing him from studying no matter what.
I'm
What?
paying attention, Shasta.
Do you wanna... Shasta, can you read that again, please?
No, you're ignoring me now.
No, you were talking while we were still having a conversation about cats.
All that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Why?
Oh shit. Oh my, you mean...
I suppose because he knew that Kazuma was Genshin's son, and so he didn't want Kazuma in London for whatever reason. Relating to that. But he still wanted someone here. Huh.
He wanted someone who wouldn't easily be made into a pawn.
Yeah?
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other
We just
words,
came to London and haven't left London yet.
by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi,
Susato left London.
Well, that's true, but only to go back to Japan.
I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least.
Wait, do you mean to say that he was all in aid of stopping Kazuma from coming to Britain? That's why he...
Think back, Mr. Naruto. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on your voyage to England?
This dude's playing 5D chess.
Right? Hosonaga.
It's still me.
We've all been Hosonaga.
Yeah.
I think at this time it was Miles, maybe. I don't know.
Just speak in unison.
Someone could be Hosonaga. I was just... Sholmes got Hosonaga to talk to us and convince us to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan.
Oh, yeah, there was a white cat on Windabake's.
Oh, you know, when I saw that when I was playing it on my own, I was like, oh, that's the... Because we had seen another thing with that juror on it. So I was like, oh, that's the cat that we saw before. And it wasn't. I just gaslit myself.
You just were wrong.
You were just wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, and? In light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
Was it me? No, it was Sholmes.
My dear fellows, the majority of your problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue shortly.
But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find ourselves another suitable lawyer.
Snow! How dare you forget Missile? And Toby. How'd you forget Toby? I missed great in your statement, which is why I thought of Missile first.
Yeah, I thought great as in, like, we have so many great cats.
Yeah, there's so many great Ace Attorney cats.
That's
where
what
there's
I
great
read
Ace
it as,
Attorney
too.
dogs. But yeah, you forgot Missile and Toby, Snow. How dare you?
I was gonna say.
Actually, I did forget Toby!
The cadence of "oh wait" made me think that it was a bit, but no, he forgot.
Constantine? Who
Who
the fuck is Constantine?
Oh, you know what? Constantine's probably in Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton.
This-
Oh
and
yeah.
there's a dog in Ace Attorney, and there's Shadow from 6.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
There's a puppy
Wow,
in 6.
dog spoilers.
I was just
Sorry,
thinking that,
Alex. There's
I
a
guess
dog in
one
6.
word,
I
There's a
can't-
dog.
I can't play that game anymore.
No, that's not true.
I'm gonna get to 5, and then I'm gonna stop.
Every.
The biggest spoiler about Ace Attorney 6 is there is at some point mention of a dog. Yeah,
Okay.
it's because Takumi has a dog and had a Pomeranian named Missile, right? Or like had a Shiba named had a small dog named Missile.
I think
so,
it was
like,
a
the name-
Pomeranian.
Yeah, because in the anime, Edward has a Pomeranian named Missile, who they
Oh.
put in a little Manfred von Karma costume. It's so cute.
So, you manipulated me.
I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it.
But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Thank you.
Oh my god! Thank God they talk about it.
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding foreign refuge the foreign refuge she sought.
Aw.
Thank
Well, that's
you.
good. I seem to remember Miss Yusoko and I had some rather strong words for her.
Yeah, you just let them be mean to her.
Well, she certainly was not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Cat got out.
She had one bad day and then everything worked out okay. I'm
Yeah.
glad it was just the one bad day
Yeah.
of getting yelled at by a bunch of people and then actually she was okay.
Mhm.
I wonder if she made it to America then.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy you see.
Oh!
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand.
An omen of all these tragic events? that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out
That is what
exactly
it
what
said,
Mr.
yes.
Sholmes knows. So, what was in the telegram
Hi,
we received
Selfie.
back from Japan then?
Welcome to lurking.
Ah,
Or welcome
this-
to lurking again.
I thank my lucky stars it has arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi. A. Shen. T. Gregson. J. Wilson.
What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before.
Oh, God.
They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Soki, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
I memorized Ancestor was the German guy singing on the photograph at the end of the last chapter.
But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are those names coming up again now?
Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you.
Gay, homosexual.
Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo.
Who did you
What?
ask?
I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine
Fucking
missions.
Hosonaga. Fucking Hosonaga.
Yes!
The most subtle dude we know, Hosonaga.
The most
That
subtle
was
man.
incredibly stealthy.
Full
Blends in
bathing
like
suit,
nothing else.
turtle on head.
Mr. Turtle.
Oh,
I love this game.
Hosonaga, best Obi.
He's also just a really good OBGYN.
His secret job is actually that's his real passion. His top thing is
It's just a side hustle.
that's the real disguise. You asked if best Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you.
I can't believe they used
Just coming out and saying it.
They used.
He's going with a turtle on his head because that's all I've seen him in this game.
I know.
I love this man so much.
And in my name. I wonder what guys he opted for this time.
My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand.
Hosonaga dressed up like the judge. Everyone's just like, Jigoku.
He's on stilts.
Your Honor, you're supposed to be in
I did
London.
think they were gonna say he's on steroids.
Anyway, the list of names was found in Seshiro's office, as Sholmes predicted.
So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was Hosonaga investigations?
It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't actually answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
Yeah, it puts them in pairs.
His
It puts Kazuma.
his assistant is Natsume.
It puts. Is
Wait
it
a
like
second.
the assassins
wait a
are
second.
Osogi
Yeah.
and Aishin, and the like planners are were Wilson and
Gregson and
Gregson?
Wilson.
Or those are the people that they're gonna kill because
The targets,
Asogi was supposed to kill, or I don't mean Asogi killed Gregson,
Oh, Asashin
And-
killed Wilson.
and Asashin killed Wilson.
Ah!
But why would?
What does Wilson have to do with any of this? Is what actually keeps getting me.
But that would also mean that before we left, Kazuma was supposed to kill Gregson. Like Kazuma
Yeah,
was
it's so
was
weird.
supposed to kill Gregson
why
when
he
he
was
got
coming
to
here?
London.
Is that why? Oh, wait. So when Wilson showed up dead, did Sholmes, like, sort of... Oh, wait, he wouldn't... What if he had this list? Because if he had access to this list, he could have thought that was what was happening and wanted to keep...
And that's why he
Kazuma
wanted
out.
Kazuma
But
to stay away.
we didn't get the code until after that case. So, or like we didn't get
But
the code.
Sholmes may have known it before.
But Sholmes has been acting on a lot of hunches and a lot of knowledge we didn't have.
Yeah.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that.
Of course you did.
But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it.
Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. The telegram from Japan has been entered in the court record.
So we have to present these things to him now.
The weirdest thing is that it's like, why are they ordered in this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like it tries
But what
to
the
do some
fuck
parallels.
did Wilson have to
between-
do with any of this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is Iris' dad actually Wilson? Are we gonna fucking circle back around on that eventually?
Is it gonna
I'd-
full
I'd fucking love that.
circle?
I
It'd
would
actually be
fucking
really,
love that.
really funny.
That'd be
But
funny.
it
But
also
kind of
means your
like,
dad is dead.
yeah, I mean, it still means your dad's dead, but also it would be kind of like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this game could pull that off. I think there have been times in this game where I've, like, expected something and I thought it was gonna be kind of lame and it ends up finding a way to be, like,
Yeah.
fun and exciting.
There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that you should be searched. So, you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found.
Kei Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
But we only learnt of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked.
That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact. When you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments.
My man.
He has every music box in Europe.
Oh my
God,
god.
I love this man.
You're perpetually doing what? How?
Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it.
And it's only between Britain and Japan, no other countries.
Who else
Mine, Mr.
matters?
Sholmes. What a fabulous
It's
line!
the only ones that matter.
I mean, that's where his partner lives.
True.
Now, 1 month after that list of names was wired to the recipient, Jigoku, in Japan.
He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. Shelms is Santa Claus.
Wow.
That's why he's monitoring government communications. He's trying to
Determine who's naughty and who's nice.
He's trying to enact the Santa Claus.
Oh,
He wants to
God.
become
Christ.
Santa.
He's gonna kill Tim Allen.
He's gonna kill Tim Allen.
Finally.
In 1890.
Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered.
Wait, can we go back to that last line?
Yeah, it's just.
Now,
Just
1
like
month
Tim Allen.
after.
John H. Wilson was murdered.
God, Goku's in on it, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's gotta be. Fuck.
What the fuck?
So
I mentioned this to Selfie. I should have known this was gonna be.
that Jigoku
Selfie's,
was
like,
gonna be a
favorite
bad
character is,
boy.
like, fucking Gant.
Gantz, right? He does. Yeah.
Like, I was like, ah, fuck.
Ah,
As soon as that happened, I'm like,
Selfie.
oh, fuck, I should have known.
You sly dog.
This would also explain why she was able to get off so easily even with him as the judge, and why he was trying very hard to not sentence her.
True. My favorite character in this game is actually Cosmo. Well, Selfie, I feel like that might mean that he's done something
That's
bad.
probably this too.
Listen, neither of these help
And
your
actually, and
case.
I didn't know that. I just didn't want to get into like the details of like the person that I talked to Selfie about the most is Gant. But
No, I didn't mean that.
As soon as I had learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please tell us all you know.
So did Jigoku send Kazuma on the study tour with the instructions to kill Tobias Gregson?
My God.
And did he intend to come here and not do it?
Maybe. And Seshiro is going to use the defense that the Reaper was trying to kill him.
So you know, fucking remember that that promise that he made when he was coming here,
Yeah.
and that Strongheart was trying to suss out if we were in on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Wait,
I'm
why am I-
echoing
why-
through somebody.
Okay.
Alex. I'm
Freaked
echoing
out.
through Alex.
How?
I don't know.
Headphones on.
I'm not hearing any more.
Strongheart looking at this young lawyer boy. Are you here to be my assassin, or aren't you?
Right. So Jigoku and Strongheart are in on this together. And
The fuck?
Jigoku's going to use the quote unquote defense
Diplomatic community.
that
What the fuck is Jigoku's motive here?
I don't know.
Mm.
I don't know.
Money.
That's
But he's gonna
Falsely getting his friend killed? Being the
Oh, maybe.
professor? Maybe he threw his friend under the bus to get out of it?
Oh, maybe Jigoku was the professor?
they made like such a point of him like being so angry about how everything happened.
That he broke the
Yeah.
fucking.
So it's like that's what's further odd about it to me, right? Like was that just all a show that he put on?
Right, or he
Or
thinks
he's
he thinks the
I had-
professor is Gregson?
Before I had a theory that Cosmo is in on this because Strongheart was able to manipulate hey, you want to go after want to go after Barack because he's the only one left that fucked over your father. It could be the same thing with Jigoku. he's manipulating that anger he feels towards the person that should have died in the stead of Genshin Asogi. But the reality is that it's just Strongheart being an asshole and playing all sides.
Oh.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that I don't think that's impossible. Yeah.
I mean, not necessarily. Those things aren't exactly related.
They're not equal.
I don't see somebody punch a desk and think that person right there is a mass murderer.
It's like also kind of like a ruse, or like if he's really upset at, the trial, then all the focus is on him, being rowdy in court, and not the possibility that he's a murderer.
Side note for Horny, wish we could have seen him breaking the desk.
Yeah, same.
Anyway.
Also, if I am starting to feel the oxy a little bit, so if I fall asleep, I apologize. Yell at me every few minutes.
I won't do that.
For those who don't know, Alex had back surgery a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Anyway, I would like to continue.
Yes.
Tell us all you know. Now, tell us about those 4 names and the tragedies to which they're somehow connected. That's but they're all somehow connected. Sorry, I can't read today.
Hello, I'm Sato, I'm 16, and I never learned how to read.
As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names. Because, you see, there was someone else on the list whom I believe to be recently deceased.
A Shin. What? Who?
A Shin, as it was described in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder.
She was traveling to Japan.
So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful of the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Ah! Kayasogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But if I determined it would be safest if younger Sogi was to stay away from Britain.
Ah. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead.
Exactly.
So you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes? That whole thing about being a Russian exchange student revolutionary thing was all bullshit.
Oh, yeah?
Sholmes insisted that Iris write Gregson into prominent places in the story so that he would be famous. So
oh
that,
my god, please.
So that he would be less likely to be targeted because he'd be a big,
like a public
celebrity public figure.
Oh, wow.
That's fucking smart.
Yo!
Yo!
Shit!
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years.
Ah, that's so cute.
Aww.
I had recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
Oh, Iris? Oh, no!
Oh, she didn't know!
No, she didn't know!
No, we never told her!
Oh, now she knows. Fuck.
Oh, shit!
God.
Oh, shit!
What a way to suddenly just drop that on her.
Oh,
You know
fuck!
when that thing when like in this turn where someone gets such a strong reaction that they jolt back?
Oh.
Like
Who did that?
The damage spray.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just
IRL.
took damage. You just took damage
Took
physically.
psychic damage.
Oh.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then.
Oh no.
Baby.
I didn't know.
Baby, no.
Oh, Iris.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, it's very sad.
Oh, baby.
I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you.
No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Jones, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume?
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett.
I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Ah,
And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that had formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy.
What? Topsy? What do you mean?
really?
when
Bottomsy, am I right? Sorry. I apologize.
I was thinking of Upsy, which is worse.
That is
You're
worse.
lifting, friend.
Oops, you're lifting, friend.
Ow! What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Show?
I had believed all 4 names on the list to be names of victims. However,
A turnabout.
I was mistaken. Very much so. Also, Shin was a killer.
Which makes Kazuma a killer.
So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. And it would seem that Miss Asa Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front.
And Kazuma's visiting student status also being a front.
It does seem odd they would, instead of having Kazuma kill
Asa
Wilson
Shin.
and Asa Shin kill
Kill
Gregson, they did a
Gregson.
whole foreign
Well,
exchange.
Yeah.
they're harder to protect that way. I guess easier to protect.
Yeah,
because
they're easier to protect because then it's like a whole visiting.
There's so much law to circumvent.
Yeah, or it's even because of what happened with the professor killings, they kept the whole thing quiet. Nobody could know.
Mm-hmm.
And so if Asa Shin killed Wilson, it would be a closed trial, and if Kazuma Osoki killed Gregson, it would be a closed trial. And no one would ever know.
Fuck. Which would, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination.
Damn. And forearmed with this knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you that there's another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student?
Wait.
You mean...
The same conclusion we had 5 minutes ago, like 2 minutes before.
But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean... Kazuma?
That music cut in. Oh! Oh!
Hey,
There, little guy. Look at this mouse.
I should call you Trevor.
Selfie, thank you for resubscribing. 3 whole months. Thank you, thank you.
He did stay in court earlier today.
Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
This mission was Gregson. Alex?
And the mission was.
The assassination of the Mark.
Sean Hart slowly dying.
The mark was Gregson. We assumed that it was Jigoku,
Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now. But we were mistaken as well.
we were
Surely
misled.
not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange.
An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that?
He had a sword.
And a lot of repressed anger.
Sword, anger, knowledge of law, reason to come here,
Sexiness.
sexiness.
Above all
Sa-
else.
Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets.
Gregson was getting close.
Too close.
Gregson went to interview or talk to Seshiro because he found clues that Seshiro was involved in this Reaper business. Gregson was
Got killed for
actually
that.
Gregson was actually investigating the Reaper for Zeke's because he knew and he believed it wasn't Zeke's. And he was trying to figure out who it was.
Oh man, Gregson.
This is nuts.
Grexy!
Gregson!
Baby boy!
There would be an assassin exchange.
How old
in
was
my
Gregson?
40s.
Like 40s?
I'm in my 40s. Stop killing
Baby
everyone, I'm dead.
Boy!
You are dead then.
My
Man's 45.
My 45-year-old baby boy!
He didn't deserve this. He had so much life ahead of
He
him.
had so much life left to live, 60
In
years.
Paris.
I'm
In
approaching
Paris.
the average age life expectancy, actually.
Well, you know what? He made it past childhood, and therefore he's expected to live a long life.
That's true.
Yeah,
true.
child mortality brought the age way down.
That is how that works. Yes.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Goddamn baby skewing it. Stop that.
Fucking dead babies with your.
Stop being dead, you fucking idiots!
Alright. That joke got very dark.
Oh god. One of those 3 lines has to get quoted. I don't know which
Just
one.
clip the whole thing! God, fuck!
Oh my god. I don't know. Is someone on this?
I can clip it.
God.
It'll be there at some point.
Yeah, we gotta
Damn.
quote that at some point.
Oh,
It might
hey,
not have to be
Candace.
long enough to be a puff.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm so
We'll
sorry.
Oh god.
Oh,
So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. What a weird way to do this.
but what on earth is the point?
But for why? Don't forget, Naruto, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to the diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh, yes.
Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our countries.
Oh.
So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the highest levels.
The highest levels.
Goku Supreme Justices.
Fuck.
These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular, devilish scheme.
This is nuts.
There's so much, I love it.
It tracks
Oh my
and
God.
it's
So
nuts.
we're bringing Jigoku in as a witness, and then we're going to prove it was him that killed Gregson.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna
and
everything
if
he
we're
says
going all
is
the
gonna
way-
make it. Because everything he says is gonna make it seem like it was Kazuma, because it was supposed to be Kazuma.
Fuck, we're gonna have to fucking do some slaloming to get fucking around the evidence.
Not only are we defending
Von Zeeks.
Zeeks, we're defending Kazuma.
While he sits in the
Ugh.
prosecutor's stand.
We're gonna have to go all the way too, though, and implicate Judge Strongheart.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, there's no way this doesn't also take him down, so he's gonna be fighting
Absolutely.
tooth and nail.
Yeah, this is gonna be the fucking wild. Like, if this doesn't end in just. If this doesn't end having just devolved into nonsense.
This is gonna end
I'll
in a
eat my
sword
hat.
fight.
I'll eat
Oh my
my.
God, please.
Sword fight! Fucking sword against,
Sword,
oh, no.
hammer, staff, and...
No, Strongheart's, unicorn cane is definitely, like, one of those hidden cane blades.
I believe it.
Fight.
Anyway.
The disassociation and the disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Jones. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins you're suggesting to, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Sessuru Jigoku at all. It would mean that Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So, Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mob?
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Oh, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position.
Oh,
Fuck, man.
Harley.
Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow.
Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd been transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems.
heartbreaking.
And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
The he was one day from retirement thing.
Yeah, I was saying that before.
Right? This is too much to take in. Oh.
Food uneaten.
Alex?
Sorry. I looked at the fucking wrong screen. Where's Discord? It disappeared. Oh, my mouse disappeared. Everything's gone. This wasn't even I was asleep. Alright, everyone. That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day.
Iris got very sick in the last 20 minutes.
Husky Iris.
Isn't it, Haley? I mean, look at the time. Oh, her music.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
This is why you always text your friends where you are. Izzy is right. Always
Izzy's
tell
correct.
someone where you're going. What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
No, everyone's staying in this building.
Right? That is what I was gonna say. You can't leave. Everyone has to stay here. You cannot leave our site.
It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I liked the idea of you being my daddy.
Oh, baby.
Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
Ah.
She still can be.
I'm sorry,
We can adopt.
Iris.
Susanna just hugs her, just like
Yeah.
right to her. It's like, nope. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing.
Oh, they're so cute.
Love it.
Oh, besties.
But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister.
What? Really?
Oh yes, without question.
Oh, Izzy, you're right. It would, because Barack is always like not rude or kind of nice to her if she is Clint's daughter.
I want Uncle Venzi.
Yeah, easily
Uncle-
interpretable as just like, you know, she's a child and doesn't deserve
Yeah, right.
nastiness.
Right.
But it would also support that, yeah.
Yeah, but it would also be like very cute if there was like some instinctual reason for him to like be like.
She's
She
been
reminds
she's been
me
adopting sisters this entire game.
True.
She's got Sasato,
Gina.
she's got Gina. She absolutely saw Maria and was like, yes, new sister, new sister.
See, Sato's got a harem of sisters.
I was referring to Iris, but
The
yeah.
Iris. I think Iris is the one.
That's what I meant. Iris.
Yeah.
Iris is like adopting a horde of older sisters.
Of teenage girls who are now all her sisters.
So, you'll teach me all the ways you know how to throw Runo to the floor?
Oh my god.
No.
Yes, of course.
What?
It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister,
Hello, Red Reaper.
Hey, Keith.
you could be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'd gladly be your brother.
Well done, Iris. You must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you well.
He's like,
Oh.
which is exactly why you should have given me pheasant with supper tonight.
I raised you.
Because being sensitive to your strong suit. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Everyone knows Herlock Sholmes' famous trait is being sensitive of people's feelings.
A tactful detective.
Right. Oh, I got rice in my mouth. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
Man,
Iris!
I love her.
Ah!
Best character.
Baby! What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
She doesn't need a college admission essay. Fucking, she's gonna walk in and be like, I'm Iris Wilson, PhD.
I have
doesn't
a
she?
PhD.
Yeah, doesn't she already have a
I know,
PhD?
I've already been to college.
I have a PhD.
I'm just here
I would
again.
like to come back and learn some more.
I would like to do all the...
She's
Oh,
prepared.
she
She's
still has
applying
that
for a
voice.
teaching position at
I would like
16.
I would like to be a oh god, what are they called? Adjunct professor, please.
Writing, or medical science, or forensic science, or inventing, or mechanical engineering, or just like...
Just keeps
Organic
listening.
chemistry. Oh,
Yeah.
or tea making. You'll just have to wait and see.
Tea ceremony.
Hmm?
Oh. Susato told me that one.
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
The math that's on my board for some reason.
Yeah, she's a fucking physicist.
Yeah.
I'll do my very best, of course. After her interview, they just make her the dean.
You own
And
the
she is
school now.
12.
Have fun.
And she is 12 at this point.
Yes.
This is
So-
3 years from now.
The overnight no, she's 11.
She's 11. 1 year.
So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst housing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon.
I honestly didn't even notice that there was something changed on there. Oh.
Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me.
Oh. Oh, that's a Sato. Look.
here we fucking go.
Oh.
It's bathroom break time.
Mm-hmm. I will get up and actually try to walk around like a good little recovery child.
Be a good little
Yeah.
recovery child. I believe in you. Everybody, take a break. Get some snacks.
Can I stand up? That's a good
Tea time.
question. Put on the music from Discord. Try this. Oh. Oh, God. Okay. Come on. Alright, here we go. Gonna stand up. I'm gonna do it. Right now, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna stand up. Right now. I'm gonna do it, chat. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna stand. By the time I actually stand up, they're all gonna be back. Alright, come on. Ready? Come on. Do it. Come on. Come on, damn it. No, okay, no, hold on. I gotta readjust. Selena's now watching me. She's like, you got bet, you could fucking stand up. Alright. Selena, please do not poke my hands. I need them for balancing. Alright, come on. Use my knees, not my hands. And okay, come on. I'm so close. I'm about to be falling off this fucking chair. Okay, come on. Selena, you're very cute. I need you to stop trying to stab my hand. Okay, come on. Just do it, coward.
Alex, I gotta say, this has been a very funny trip to the bathroom for me.
Just stand up.
Just say hi.
Like fucking Kill Bill. Wiggle your big toe. Oh, I'm standing.
Yes!
Ah, that fucking hurt.
Say hi to the people, Simon.
Simon, my reward
Alex just
for
got up.
standing.
Oh.
Alex has
I
been
know.
narrating like, I gotta stand up. All right, come on. You gotta stop attacking my hand. It was so... a non-stop live stream of Alex trying to stand up.
Yes, he is a big feet boy. Look at those big feet. Look at those big feet.
I've got the last Twizzler. That's why I stood up. Selena, can
Hi.
I have my chair back, please?
Is there a Simon sighting?
Yes, there's.
Hello,
Right,
Simon.
Selena, say hi to
His
Simon.
big beans. His big toe beans.
Selena, you cannot stay on the chair. I love you, kitten, but you cannot be here. And I cannot bend over to pick you up. Okay, thank you.
You're a sweet boy. No, yeah, he is a polydactyl. He's got 6 toes on every single foot. All of them. With so many extra toes, my boy.
Just an abundance of beans.
Just an abundance of beans.
Just for you, Molly.
So many beans.
Because you just summon so much bean energy.
Okay. Alright.
My baby boy.
I've stood up, I walked around a little bit, and now I
Say hi
return
to the
seat.
people. Say hi.
So much power, he needed extra beans to contain
Oh
it.
god. Oh, he closed everything. What happened?
It would be the timing would be amazing if like this game went
In
to
the bear.
yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, I don't think Stream saw it.
There's like this street. There's this Germa moment where he like has his like leg up and he like accidentally presses the power button of his like of his computer while he's like talking, and then he looks over and is like, "Oh, did I really just turn the computer? I really just turned my computer on," and like cuts off, and the stream ends. Did I really just press the power button?
The power butt.
Power butt.
Yeah, pretty
Power
much.
butt.
That's what chicken has. He's a power butt.
Wow,
Incredibly. Is everybody here?
I'm here.
Yes, I
Shasta,
am here.
have you
Oh.
returned?
Shamsta Miles.
Miles is here.
Oh, I'm here. Yeah.
Hi, Miles.
Miles was listening to me chronicle my standing.
Oh, it was
Sham
amazing.
Steersa.
That's gotta be like we gotta clip that of
Me standing on-
Alex's several minute quest, like to stand up was just like gotta stand.
Oh, I didn't hear any of it.
Oh, it was like I am both a little like want to make sure Alex is okay, and also find it very funny. But mostly because of
Roger.
like Alex's commentary.
Yeah, so I have to use. I shouldn't, but I use a lot of my severely lacking upper body strength to pull myself up, and so I was like pushing off of the desk and the bed behind me. And Selena was coming up, and she was like, "Oh, I can smack hand." And I'm like, "No, you can't, please."
Shamsta.
And back.
Okay, great.
There she is.
Predator. That's what she is. Yep. Speaking of Predator, before we begin today, I have a brief announcement.
I've come to make an announcement.
Shadow the Hedgehog pissed on my wife.
Fucking Strongheart saying that? Oh my god.
Yeah.
As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. It did freeze for a second, so it just said perished in an ass.
What a way to go.
Well, I say to all the members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
I wanted there to be pigeons.
Yeah.
Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
This is a powerful angle
Yeah.
for this pose.
We're gonna use those words against him very much.
Oh,
Mhm.
yes. Resolve. Yes. That's my intention.
When my
It's not at all.
when my voice is like back to normal, I will do Strongheart that whole monologue.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Do it.
I encourage it. My lord, if I may inquire.
The defendant may speak.
On what grounds is Cosmo Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor?
On the grounds of we don't have anyone else.
He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything.
Yes!
Take it all off.
I was thinking that too.
Oh, that's what you meant. Okay.
Strip it down! Woo!
My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day.
Cosima.
Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
Cosima is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to the normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
What if I found it unacceptable? Oh
Well,
no!
we're out of prosecutors.
Oh, okay. I thought they were gonna make me choose. I don't get a choice. Yes, my lord.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again.
You know what? I feel like the only thing that could make this, like, unreasonably wild is if Her Majesty the Queen actually showed up in court.
Chekhov's Her Majesty the Queen. We keep mentioning her, but she never shows up.
You keep talking about Her Majesty, but, like, where is she?
Where is the Majesty?
How majestic is she?
Like, show me the Queen. Where is she?
We will resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zeeks.
Is she dead? I mean, like, nobody's seen her in a really long time.
Wait, new music?
Yeah, no, this is it, you guys. This is the end.
Hell yeah.
Oh, good lord.
We're just gonna. I just need to sit here for a second.
I think. Did
Are
we
we
hear this
finishing this tonight?
I don't think we're finishing this tonight.
No
we're
way.
We're
No
getting
way.
started on. We're beginning the end.
No, yeah, we've got like 2 hours and 20 minutes. There's no way. This is definitely like the beginning of the end.
Unless we speed run.
No.
We have 1 hour and 20
Wow.
minutes.
Yeah, you're right. I can math. It's fine.
You're right.
You're right. I saw 9 and I was like, 9 means 2 hours to 11. And then I
Yeah, I get
saw
that.
40 and I was like, that's 20 minutes. Therefore, it's 2 hours
I have
and 20
very
minutes.
much been there. I get it.
Are we talking about Queen Elizabeth now? Because I'm still not convinced. Listen, my words may or may not have been talking about the current Queen of England or the fictional Queen of England. It's, you know, take it upon yourselves to decide.
Wait, there's a real Queen of England?
We're just gonna let that sit for a while. I thought I was scrolling through Twitter and I thought I had fucked up.
No, I think Molly's just writing down the quote.
I'm vibing to the music.
I think someone, and it wasn't me, like the first time they mentioned the Queen in this game, someone said, "She's been alive for that long?"
I think that might also have been me, because I just love making Queen jokes.
I don't know if it was a joke. I think they genuinely didn't remember that that Queen Victoria and Queen Elizabeth are two different people.
Oh, God.
I think it was me. It sounds like me.
Shasta would shitpost in that way, yes. No.
The prosecution is more than ready.
Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough.
Stop talking about the Queen of England.
I fucking hate the Queen of England. Anyway, Prosecutor Asogi, begin.
You can't say that in court. Strong heart. It's
I can
on
say
the
whatever I
record.
want. Do you see how big this dick is?
No? I
I'm not
can't see
exposing
it.
that. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand.
We'll
Well, if
never
you did
finish
expose
this
that,
game.
Cosmo, apparently you could say whatever you wanted.
Bring Seishiro Jigoku to the courtroom.
I can do whatever I want.
Oh God, we're never finishing this game. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Reinosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. Because
Hell yeah.
this is going to test it to the limit.
Yeah!
Hey, Judge.
Oh man, it's a lot of me.
Miles, would you like to take Jigoku?
Reprise, yeah.
I could take Jigoku again.
Yeah. Witness,
Excellent.
state your name and occupation for the court.
Huh. So it was you who issued this, was it?
Your subpoena. I did what was necessary.
Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say.
The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked.
My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
And Jigoku studied under Strongheart.
Hold it.
Sorry, just
Oh,
connecting
fuck.
more
Yeah.
dots.
I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country.
And it would be very fortunate for Strongheart if everyone believed Seishiro died.
I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
Huh. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself. And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes. And full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
God damn, dude.
Damn, Jigoku!
A heel turn from this man.
Yeah! Ice cream.
He's one of the first people to talk in the first, like, he's the judge in the first case.
Yeah.
What a great,
Fucking
God, it's so well
wild.
written, so well written.
He's just joking, you guys.
He's
Shut up,
Jigoku.
selfie.
Thank you, Mark. Laughing at that one.
Fucking hate you all.
I'm laughing at it, but it was muted.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase.
I went by boat.
It was a boat.
Then explain yourself. What exactly
Have
were
you
the
seen that article that was
circumstances?
like, it's like man won't fly for 10 million years or whatever, and it's like talking about how like it took 1 million years for them to fly, and it's published like 9 days before the Wright brothers flew. Like, it was like literally like early December 1903. There's an article published about how like
We'll never
man would
fly.
never. It'd be like 1 million years before like engineers would be able to figure out how to fly, and the Wright brothers are like fucking building an airplane.
That's so good.
It's great. Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify.
Okay, but you did
Oh, shit.
explicitly... we do know you explicitly said that you were claiming to be leaving because you almost got murdered. Which feels very related, but we'll come back. We'll circle back.
We'll circle back.
We'll get
circle
there.
back. We'll circle back, it's fine.
Unrelated, you say?
You can't plead the fifth in 1900s England.
I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him.
Okay. Alright.
As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
He's an alien?
It explains his facial hair. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon. This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Watson. Wilson, you mean? Don't come at me, please. Copyright, please, I'm sorry.
God damn it, Levi!
Kazuma gets stabbed.
Fucking getting my stream
That's what gets him.
nuked.
That's what fucking kills Kazuma, his copyright claims.
That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Morinosuke, I see the look in your eyes. That you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then.
Hey there, little guy. Look at this nose.
What proof do you have that
I
Seishiro
suppose
Jigoku is involved in this case?
Candace, thank you for gifting us up to QWERTY Ghost. Thank you, thank you. It's a telegram.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Angie.
You little...
Oh,
Where did you get that?
he's gonna break the desk!
You're gonna get your wish. You're gonna get your wish.
Yes.
Yes. In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku.
What? How on earth did you...
What's this all about? Why is my name on the list?
This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins.
No.
A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital.
Forgot it was a Western-style restaurant.
Yeah, they were eating steaks. He got a cow branded into his arm.
Fucking forgot about the cow.
The culprit.
It was the cows!
It was the cows! They've been behind it the whole time!
Whole time.
The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector, Tobias Gregson.
K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
Alex? Are you
We may have lost
asleep?
It happened.
It happened.
We love you.
I've fallen asleep on stream before.
I said BRB.
Oh.
Oh.
Where?
Okay.
That was
When?
that was a while ago. I thought you'd be back. I thought you were back already.
No, I'm changing my. It's hard to fucking do anything.
That's,
No, that's
understandable. Have a nice evening, but do that with us
I'll
while
be
you're
right
awake.
back. What
It's
exactly
fine.
is the defense suggestion?
I didn't.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
I didn't even see you BRB, so it's fine. These...
Also, I also wanted to feel a little less bad because I straight up legitimately have fallen asleep on stream before and I wasn't on drugs.
These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
That is a fucking nuts claim, but I'm so
Right?
excited to see how this
we need a lot more proof here.
The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you.
What I love about this is it feels like we're pulling a prosecution, right? Like we are just absolutely making
Right?
the fucking wildest claim we could make and saying, prove us wrong, asshole.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so fucking wild. So good.
That's Jigoku. What's this all about?
And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract.
Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie.
He never said who the mark was, he
Yeah.
just said that he was there for the mark.
Yep. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday.
I cannot believe he's like, I was ordered to kill somebody and we're not gonna like... Oh my god.
The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you.
Are we not allowed to just tell him, hey, you're required to tell us who ordered that?
You deliberately avoided saying a name.
The defense claims that these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that that very idea seems utterly absurd.
Yeah, because you're part of it. You would say that, bitch.
Bitch.
Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
I
I would
love
like-
angry Jigoku.
I would like his sprite to change to laughing.
No.
No, I want him to do the quick turn, you know?
Oh, yeah.
His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Here's how we lead in.
Mm.
Yeah. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There it is.
Hey, nice.
There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know.
No, you won't.
It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October.
Fucking calling him this Japanese gentleman, like as if he doesn't know exactly who this guy is.
Right, like he
Like-
didn't study under you a decade ago? Yeah, okay.
This dude,
I don't
this
know
some
this
guy.
man.
This
Yeah.
man, just some
This
random
rando.
man.
Present your formal testimony now.
As you wish, my lord.
Just wanted to be racist.
It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. What?
Condition.
A condition?
You're just admitting it?
However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. Amnesia, fake death. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times.
Wrong.
If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved. Ah ha ha ha.
Ha 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 ha.
Ah ha 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 ha.
So you
Ha,
admit
ha,
it
ha,
then,
ha.
as this communication suggests.
I realize every fake life I do tries to become Mandark.
Yes,
I'm
Oh my
fucking
God.
Dexter.
yes, it was.
Like the fucking...
So you admit it then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study. To coerce someone to commit murder.
Trithus has redeemed hydrate.
I'm out of tea.
Hydrate or dihydrate.
You fools, this is what the break was for,
This
to
is
make
what
sure
the-
you had hydration material
This is
available.
exactly
I've actually gone through most of a bottle of water since we restarted again.
I have
It's
some
really hot in my
water.
apartment.
Doing Cosmo. I should
SMH my head.
drink. Shot time for selfie.
Oh my god,
It's a Thursday night.
selfie, it's Thursday! Izzy has redeemed stretch. Oh, fuck, you're right, I needed to. Oh, god.
My back just cracked
Oh,
3 times.
Jesus.
Oh god.
Oh,
I fell asleep
man.
on my couch last night and like trying to pack.
Oh, no.
I woke up at like 6 a.m. and I woke up at like 5:30. I've been up since then.
That sucks.
Oh, jeez,
I
Miles.
did it. I put on new pants.
Yay!
Yes!
Everyone
It
clap.
fucking hurt. That's why I was gone for so fucking long.
Oh, that's, that's fair. I understand.
Oh, it hurt like a bitch, but it was worth it because now I feel a little bit more comfy.
That's good.
There's a light outside my apartment that's like a motion detector thing that I've never noticed it before because normally I'm used to like people being out and around. But
Mhm.
since the school year's over, everyone else in my neighborhood is gone.
Oh,
And so it keeps flicking on and off with the plant, with a tree moving in front of it. But the light keeps flicking on and off like every couple of minutes.
oh my god.
And because like it's really windy here, and so I keep like getting scared by it as it turns
oh
on.
my god. No more, no party. No Thursday night party.
Oh yeah, no, everyone graduated the end of last week or
Ah.
2 weeks ago because we didn't last week, did we? We did. I have no. My brain is a.
Doesn't matter. It's
Oh, I
fine.
was in New Jersey last weekend. That's why I was in Jersey last weekend, but they were all gone as of 2 weeks ago. So it is a ghost town here. There is
Hell yeah.
fucking nobody.
That's so weird and ominous.
It's really weird. There was a cat. I heard some like animal noises, and then it smelled extremely bad, and I'm like, now that's what a skunk sounds like, isn't it?
Ah.
I think there was a cat outside and a skunk, and they were into each other, and they started like not fighting, but like threatening each other.
Posturing, yeah.
Yes. So it's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. It smells very bad. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Wow. This is a sprite.
Pardon? So he had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council?
God, this is just...
This is fucking...
What a
fuck?
soap opera we're watching right
This
What
is
the-
throw as many people under the bus as you can in the trial.
Right? What the fuck is going on?
Kazuma-sama?
Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
And Strongheart's like,
For a
oh
moment.
my god.
For a moment, I fully forgot that it was me.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I
Killed
freely
Odysseus? Sorry.
I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
No, it's not. No?
Both the plan and Gregson were to be executed.
Oof.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk,
That's not true.
because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
But that 20-minute time period.
But you see, but you see, sir, we
already know what to do, bitch.
we even knew.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Baroque Van Zieks.
I just,
Good lord.
Cosmo, why do you believe this so steadfastly? That's what's getting me.
Especially when you worked with Von Zieks for months.
Yeah,
The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
so bizarre.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings.
Damn, big words for a small man.
Wayne Barack Johnson.
Big words for an Alex character. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute.
Goku's reaction to the letter.
I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything.
Be that as it may,
Whoa.
it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We
We are
are
only
concerned.
Actually, Shasta, do you want to take Jigoku? Because you don't have anybody else right now. Because you don't have a judge.
I don't care. Whatever you want.
I may take him for now because you and Molly had the opening, but maybe next session you can take him.
Sounds good.
We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel?
Everyone does get a turn with Jigoku because I believe I was Jigoku in the first case of this game, wasn't I?
Oh, that's right, because you weren't.
You weren't, because I was the narrator.
Yeah.
And
I thought I was Jigoku.
Were you Jigoku?
Yeah, because you were Ray
I was,
Nambami.
yeah, I was Ray.
And you were Ouchie.
Oh yeah, I was Ray and Ouchie,
Yeah,
of
yeah,
course.
yeah.
I had to be. I have to be.
Only
Ouchie.
you don't have a turn.
Only me. I can't have a
Actually,
turn.
Alex never
I don't
did.
think I was Jigoku
No, Alex
ever,
would
which
never,
is
yeah.
fine.
Yeah, but I explicitly can't have a turn. It's okay. I understand. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Okay, so we don't need to press everything.
No, we know.
We know exactly where to go.
Let's do it. Let's fucking do it.
Let's just fucking go.
Let's
through
just crush this
Speed
man.
run, baby.
I gotta go through the. No, Selfie.
Oh, wait,
I have to go for the throat. You don't understand.
I love the idea of Renosuke just being like, yeah. If you said that we
Shut
actually
the
get this.
fuck up. Shut the
Everybody
fuck
else
up.
is like, we know how Ryunosuke does. He presses everything. He wants to know. And here he's like, hey, yeah, that thing you just said? Throws the paper on the table. No.
Okay.
No, my mom's on her way
Don't have
home.
to.
No.
Don't let Selfie bully you. Follow your dreams.
Listen, this is just. I play fast and loose with Ace Attorney. Levi can attest to all of the Ace Attorney has witnessed me playing. When I know something, I'm a fucking bloodhound.
Goes for it, yeah.
Let's go
I
with
think I
Jugular.
tend to do that. I tend to do that too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
me
think
too.
that's-
I've never gone through all of them until I played them with you guys. I lose my mind.
I
talked to someone recently who's played a lot of Ace Attorney, and I found out that the reason why it takes them so fucking long to get through the games is they go for every single bit of dialogue possible.
Oh god,
and I'm
that's
just like, how-
exhausting.
That would be me, though, if I was the player.
Yeah, I believe that.
Evacuation drill. I just find that I find playing that way exhausting.
I feel that, yeah.
I'll do it if
Gotta have pacing.
I'm not 100% sure, or I just want to kind of hear this character go off.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We can
But-
hear Jigoku go off later.
In his breakdown.
In his breakdown. He can break down and go off, and it'll be great. And I'll feel very satisfied. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Hillock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
That is like big, you meddling kids
Oh, yeah.
energy.
Oh god, with AAI I would have driven myself mad trying to get all the dialogue in that game. Jesus Christ.
Lord. Yeah.
Selfie, that would be delightful.
I
would
would love that,
appreciate
Selfie.
that. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their posts.
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. That's why there was cloth stuffed in the speaking tube.
Oh.
Because they're like that, as they said, they didn't want anybody hearing anything that was going on in the room. And a gunshot would travel very, very fast through a metal tube.
Dude, I fucking love his angry sprites.
He's so
Oh, man.
angry.
His face is like the beard is like designed around it.
In summary, Judge Jigoku,
All the hair on the face.
you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
I know he made it sound, but I didn't know what it was.
It was just It was ah.
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing.
Why?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel.
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it.
You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on 31st October?
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch?
A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. God, this is such a good sprite.
His eyes are so fucking intense.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you? You young murderer.
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Objection! Good stuff. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. He fucking opens the watch and points at it. It's full of cracks.
Just 1 second.
Oh, objection. Good stuff.
Yeah. What? Trithus,
And
I
I
think
believe-
maneuvered was actually missing a vowel, is the thing.
Let me see.
Where did it go?
They went past it.
Maneuvered.
There it is.
Yeah,
No, that's correct.
Is
Because
it-
in British it would be
spelling?
VRE.
Really?
I think-
Oh, yes. Okay.
And British English would also throw in that O.
yeah.
That's a train wreck.
My nose red.
It's fucking bad. It's fucking terrible. It's soup. That's alphabet soup.
And I believe. Yep. Sorry.
Sorry.
And I. And I believe Judge Shigoku feels the same way.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
What the fuck?
Sir, you can't just say that. You can't just put people in jail because you don't like them.
That's what he's about. He's all about it.
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
Oh my.
Dude, I fucking love him.
Oh my
Oh my
god. Oh, sorry.
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony.
When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night,
They fucked.
you'll notice the pitfall into which you stumbled.
Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this is part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume?
Yes, I do.
Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship in the evening of the 31st October.
Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
Yes, you do. Also, you said you wished you'd put me in jail.
I can have many feelings at once.
Those are blatantly contradictory.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Iponsio throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, and his body was found in London.
Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. Alright.
Iponseo.
A common jujitsu mark. Jujitsu? Jujitsu? Oh, it's just like I've always seen it with an I.
Yeah, I think that might be the actual spelling.
A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
What?
The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there.
Ugh!
I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me. He didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Wrong. Somebody shot a gun in that room.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense, as far as I can tell.
Is it possible that Jigoku had the super old gun. Like, he took it with him back to Japan when he returned a decade ago. The gun that wasn't registered, that was found in the room that Gregson's body was planted.
Possible. It explained why it's been gone for so long.
Yeah. Has Seeks' gun been missing for a decade?
No.
It could have been. He said he
can't remember when he lost it.
He doesn't know when he lost it. He never carried it with him, ever. But
That'd be very funny.
It was issued to him
He
when
hasn't
he
noticed
started
his gun's
prosecuting.
been gone for 10 years.
Not until someone was like, "Hey, where's your gun?" And he's like, "Oh fuck, I don't know.
Thing.
I don't know. I don't use it.
That's funny.
Why would I know where it is?"
Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds, Judge Shigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Clint would have had a gun. Because all Yard and prosecutor affiliated people are issued a firearm. Judge Shigoku is Clint Von Seeks.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
Snake.
It's me.
Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
Fuck off.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door to just let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though.
He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
You know, all inspectors carry bags of chips. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist.
Sorry. You mean me?
Who else?
Yes, that's true. You would have hoped that the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in a guard's head. So, BRB Shasta, if you want to take Chikoku for a couple minutes.
Okay.
The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly. All I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back in my cabin.
And you entered without any inkling of suspicion.
That's right. None whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. There was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointed in my direction. but I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had ever shot somebody before.
Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no time to call for help. For the help of the crewmen at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it?
My Ipon say... How did you say that?
COE?
Zoe. That's far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
Oh god.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? We've established the crewman is
Yes, of
not
course.
there.
He burst in immediately without knocking.
Interesting.
Inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow who just managed to slip past him to make an escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ipon Sui throw.
Is that how
Think about
you?
it.
Is that how you broke it? How you broke the witness stand?
Oh my god.
Hold it!
I love how we know what the breakdown is gonna be.
It's gotta be him. Like, I mean,
It's gonna be him breaking the fucking stand. I love that we know that.
the crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off of his spine, or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
Jesus. Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place.
Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an
Molly?
obvious...
Did you just
Molly?
read? Did you just read that line and then?
Molly's talking on stream but not saying anything.
Oh, cool.
Ah,
Molly.
hi, I accidentally hit the alt button, didn't I? I muted in Discord.
Just like, oh, Molly just read it in his head and proceeded.
No, the stream can hear me even if I mute in Discord.
Good.
Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction.
You bitch.
Haven't you worked it out yet, little stripling? Stripling?
I don't know.
I have no idea. Doesn't matter.
Haven't
keep
you worked
going.
it out yet, little strip?
Just keep going.
No murder took place in my cabin.
Doesn't matter what weird things he's trying to say.
The inspector was... Oh, Green Sex already said that.
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain?
On the steamship?
No. When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
No, they don't. What?
Not if you move them, dipshit.
Bodies don't move.
People's
That's
bodies
illegal.
can be picked up.
Yes, but...
Especially by a big fucking rock of a man like you, sir.
That's a crime. Desecration, I would never.
What? People don't just get left where they die. Oh,
Manzeke's burrow.
you died there. Now that's your permanent grave.
Ah, damn it! Someone died on my doorstep. Guess I gotta walk around.
I have to walk around. I have to stay there forever. It's the only
That
way.
That happens in Oxygen Not Included, and that's only because I'm bad at the game.
It's true. Their bodies do
Oh,
just
goodness.
stay where they die. Oh my god. Evidence to the contrary. Well, Cosma didn't die, is the thing. So then his
Well,
body.
even when he was suspected dead, he moved.
It's true. Well, then. Obviously, the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly?
What are you, 3 years old?
Did he pick it up and swim across the sea? I think not.
Boat!
Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
You were hiding in a trunk! Well, yes, that's true, but...
All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels.
What if it was a cooler taken from the refrigerator box?
That's not
And I would
passenger
like to
luggage.
think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
You would like to think that, wouldn't you?
No. No.
You would like to think that.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea.
Yes, but then you can't blame it on Barak von Zeeks.
Then there's no framing.
You can't frame someone for murder if you dispose of the body, dumbass.
Well, it's not as easy at least.
Just wait!
There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain.
That's killed that idea then. Hey, gosh, it's hot home.
But perhaps not!
Mr. Soto?
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body
in the sea.
Ah!
There are two of us for a second.
Ah!
Get rid of
It's
her!
like,
got back.
it's like the imposter, Sonia.
He's not licensed!
Take
That
her
was
out back
kind of
and
funny.
shoot her.
I haven't been Sonia in a while. I was Sonia.
Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
You shall see, keep going if you want. I'm
Oh, okay. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. With your consent, of course, my lord.
Please
You're
alter your
such-
testimony so that I can present evidence, you fucking piece of shit.
Smiles.
You dumbass, you fool. You've played
I
yourself.
I have no objections. State your amended testimony now.
Wait, what did I do?
Chikoku is amending his testimony.
There's no possible way I could have transported a victim's corpse, back to Britain.
His corpse body.
His corpse body.
His body corpse.
His body hit the floor, and after that I just can't move it.
We don't have his trunk, unfortunately. Could we press it?
Oh yeah, we can
Well,
press it.
I mean, we weren't
But-
weren't going to say his trunk. We were going to say the cooler.
Right, we also don't have that.
Yeah, I was trying to just look and see what we had, because I feel like I gotta present something here, but I guess I could just press
It would make sense.
I want to just present the fucking ticket of the steamship. Like, bitch, you're on a boat. What are you talking about? It could be Gregson's trunk, but
Gregson could not fit in that trunk.
no.
The best I can think of is the autopsy report.
Gregson's?
Because it's the only reference we have to the time of death being indeterminate.
Right, but that's not.
I think we maybe
doesn't-
press it and see
Yeah.
if there's like to it that
Yeah.
kind of changes the question a little bit.
Yeah.
Hold it!
There's an idea.
Think about it, Stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did? Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
He did leave very hastily, didn't he?
Fairly hastily, yes.
What? No.
And then he wasn't seen for a while.
Yeah.
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't have possibly brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Some sort of instant matter transportation device.
Yeah,
Funny you should say that.
Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes. Of course. Some sort of instantaneous kinesis, you might say.
The defense has
Instantaneous.
become unusually quiet, I noticed.
Instantaneous.
Instantaneously.
Yes, because there's
Sorry,
really
Travis.
nothing more to say.
This stream has been the embodiment of typo in the group chat, typo in the group chat.
Right. Get him.
Get him.
Everybody get him. So that's his story.
Only get him when it's very funny.
And Trithus has always been very funny.
I don't spell well, just consistently fair.
Hey, as long as you're consistent, that's all that matters.
Then
Like,
people
how
will
the
start
defense
thinking
work?
that's how it's supposed to be spelled.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, you don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street.
She's not even gonna respond. It is a threat.
If he really was killed in
Promise.
Judge Jigoku's cabin,
The body
the
would
body...
have
Oh, that's it.
the body would have to been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border would be impossible for the majority of people. There must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. Oh, do we have... Ah. Ha ha ha.
That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
So we must have something that says Jigoku's got special privileges.
Show us your privilege card.
Yeah,
I thought it was gonna be his big muscles.
His muscles.
something that means he wouldn't have been searched.
Shigoku, take off your shirt. Show
My
us the
order of the
muscles.
cord. Prove that you're jacked.
maybe if he, I don't know, if he passed himself off as the one
The
additional
picture. The trunk.
Oh, there's the trunk.
That's one possibility.
Right. But I was gonna say, if he passed himself off as Gregson's one additional person, then he's there on official police business, and then he wouldn't be searched, right?
He wouldn't have had the
The papers.
passport, the papers.
And wouldn't he? Couldn't he just stole them off Gregson's body when he killed him?
He didn't have them though, they were in the case.
Oh, right.
I guess the case was at the scene.
Yeah, like he
Yeah.
planted
He
the
didn't.
case.
Yeah, he did plant the case back at the apartment.
And we knew it was open because there's a katana tip stuck in it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So it had to have been on the boat because that's where
Yes.
Kazuma.
Is it the case?
So the thing is, we need to present something about him transporting the victim's corpse back to Britain. I think we need to present the picture, and they'll be like, what? And we'll be like, he's got a suitcase. And he already had
Good God, was Gregson in the fucking suitcase in the photo we took?
yeah.
That's so fucking upsetting.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
fucked
God.
up.
That's so morbid. Jesus
It's
Christ.
really bad.
Oh, this has become a if you know situation.
Right. This is like,
Oh,
there's no other
God.
reason why it would be in the picture.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's fucked.
That's fucking brutal.
How dare they ruin this nice photo?
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean? I forgot this wasn't Miles.
And we already know that a whole person can fit in there because Jigoku can fit inside it.
And he's
He's a-
definitely
he's a
bigger
big
than.
boy.
And he's bigger than Gregson. Where indeed? Where's in the chat? Sped. Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Didn't he say that he got to skip screening?
Yeah. And
Because
then-
Mikotoba didn't, but Jigoku did.
Yeah, and he was complaining about it, and he's like, haha, I didn't have to.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, you shit.
Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a long time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. Didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
There it is in the background.
Fuck you, dude! Shoot Takumi, you little.
God.
Oh.
He just had us
Ouch.
staring at Gregson's corpse for like hours.
That's so fucked up.
Emotes only. Okay.
Why did we turn on emo only mode?
Because
'Cause
Selfie
Selfie-
redeemed it.
Selfie redeemed emote only chat.
Oh, okay.
How
So
long
it's
does it
US
last?
only.
I don't know. 5 minutes?
All wet, only wet, nothing
Wet.
but wet.
or black and white way, which
Black
you can
and
edit.
white
Get into
Yeah.
the edit thing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean to add spicy, but I ended up clicking on spicy, so now there are like 7 spicy.
Spicy where? Spicy where? I knew you were jealous.
We're hype. We're hype.
No way, hype.
No
My
way.
mom says hi.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Why?
I presume you recall this, Judge Shigoku. This is gonna make me cry. I'm so sad. This is so upsetting. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk.
Gregson's
Large
hand
enough.
was just sticking out of it the whole time. We didn't notice.
There's a blood stain on the bottom.
Large enough.
He marked it with careful human luggage. The setup.
Human luggage, as opposed to.
Or something like that. Just something very stupid and obvious.
Large enough, in fact.
Don't open dead inside.
That works.
Please let me say this line! Jesus Christ! It's like 7 times! Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting.
I'm afraid I am. Yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel. The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Shigoku's trunk.
Order, order, order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
Aha, but
It could,
But we just saw it.
because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Shigoku?
Just hop on in there, bud. But inside his trunk. How horrifying.
And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gorey, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners.
Exclamation point.
Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh for their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Ahsoka and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Chigoku, please. Stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
That's what someone who's done bad, evil things would say.
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime.
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baroque Van Zieks shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale.
I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
It's how very ace attorney for us to like establish all this stuff and then someone just says no heart emoji and we have to go over it all over again.
Right? Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
No heart emoji, and we have to say, yes, kiss emoji.
Right.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Oh, the candelabrum. Because if he was shot, then the other candles wouldn't have burned down, right? Or is it something else?
Wasn't it Maria Gori's thing saying that?
No, that just... I mean, her autopsy report just says there's a possibility.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't help us anything.
Yeah, that part of the case was so long ago, I don't remember anymore.
Is it the photo of his body? Because you don't curl up if you die instantly?
Oh.
Oh, maybe?
He was in rigor mortis from being in the fucking trunk.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a type of
He was
revolver
curled up
that's
in the
standard issue for members of the judiciary, then.
Yes, and when asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number.
Oh, which as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun.
Who said the gun was from before?
Me?
Oh, we knew that already.
No, I mean like that Jigoku took it.
Me? I said that.
That's fucking... Fuck, that's a good idea. Which tells us it must have been issued longer ago than that.
I think we're right about, because now that we have the context of why he's curled up like that. It's of course because he was stuck in the trunk.
Right. fucking hairpiece just sort of like haphazardly
Tossed
thrown.
on top of him.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like it was actually on his head
Yeah.
because of the way the bottom part, the part that's touching the floor is arranged. Yeah.
It's just weird.
Ugh. Gregson. He didn't deserve this.
No, he didn't.
Take that!
Oh,
A photograph
nice.
of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
Hell yeah.
Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself.
Hell yeah.
Yes, Shasta.
Hell yeah.
Geniuses.
So smart. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
I think I actually said that the first time around of this case. I was like, why is he curled up if he died instantly? People don't do that.
and then they misdirected for a long time.
For this,
sorry,
we weren't
just-
there the time we spent a full hour trying to do either the time, one cross-examination.
One thing.
So we gotta have some victories.
God, it was so bad. It was so bad. Jeez.
Yeah, sorry, I was waiting for it all to be done. I want to make sure I didn't want to interrupt. Sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed.
No, it was in 1-5.
It was the Shamspeare case, because you were cross-examining the short guy and the tall guy,
No.
and I was not there for it.
No, it was
No,
it was
I
during
wasn't here
the
It was in case one. It was in game one.
it was
the
in
end of
game one. It was when we were
No, not
doing
Shamspeare. I'm mixing it up. Egbert.
yeah,
Man.
The Graydon case.
yeah. It was in
Iggy boy.
yeah. It was like 1-5.
It was just me, Molly, and Levi.
Yeah, it was so
And-
bad. It was so bad.
You could probably go look at the archive.
Yeah. Watch us suffer.
He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
Oh, but no, we were talking about the greatest attorney. We were talking about this game. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position.
Ugh!
Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting.
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out onto the floor from the inside of a very large travel trunk.
No!
You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it's been kept in a confined space.
Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood.
Ah!
The screen shook just a little bit. That was weird.
Present my trunk. I refuse.
Oh, you know what? It's also reminiscent of him, like, slamming a gavel.
Yeah.
Gavel.
I didn't think about that until now, because
Me
it's like
neither.
the judge instinct as well, right? Like,
Mhm.
he wants to fucking order this, and he can't.
Yeah.
What?
On what grounds?
I'm gonna say diplomatic immunity.
Oh,
bitch.
there's the, okay. It is the screen is shaking. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
He's about to
making,
crack.
He's yelling.
he's
Jigoku is
making the place
yelling.
rumble.
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment. Just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I get his ass, Sada.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to.
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information.
You know what that pose of his looks like? Do that.
Nothing is more important than the truth.
It reminds me of Red White when he's like,
Oh.
remember when he's like, oh, I don't know, like.
Mm-hmm.
Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? Take the fall for me, bitch.
You can't be serious. You did it?
I love
Holy shit.
one, Rinosuke getting spicy,
Mm-hmm.
and two, Kazuma getting inky.
Finally coming around.
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asuki?
What?
Very well, I admit it.
But.
I did bring the inspector's body into the country.
Holy shit.
But I didn't kill him, Kazuma did.
Mm-hmm. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
What?
You.
Dear God, outrageous.
His face barely changed. I just
So it
imagined,
was
my God,
you. It was you who
outrageous.
killed.
No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection.
Fuck off.
What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean?
I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin.
Fuck off.
There was just a corpse in my cabin. I had to get rid of it.
In order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
And just, like, elaborately plant all of this evidence to make it look like something else happened? What? You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
I'm gonna fucking tear your throat out. I'm
Oof,
gonna
yeah.
go feral.
Oh!
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi.
Fucking leaning in. Fuck off.
You.
Ugh.
Everyone's bent over.
I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku.
Did you slam your desk, Levi?
Yeah, I'm in fucking character.
There's a little...
Advance the dialogue.
It just,
That little clink is like...
it's just, yeah, it's
Guys,
just like there was a little
what
tiny
if-
clinky.
I was just thinking like, oh, there's still some of his hallow chalices on the table.
What if Strongheart killed Gregson in a third different location and brought him so he could pit everyone against each other?
Oh my
No
god.
fucking way.
No, that can't
No.
be it. That can't be
It'd
it.
So fucking funny though.
That's too much. You've taken
that
the
mean-
words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi.
Does that mean I shouldn't slam my table anymore?
Probably don't.
Oh, I'll slam something else.
Yeah. Slam it like onto your like thigh or something.
That's gonna hurt.
At least
Ow.
bruises.
I mean, don't slam it that hard, but like,
But that's part of the character.
You think Cosmo's holding back his slams?
then do it.
Oh lord.
Accept
Alright.
the
That's what Nagger
pain.
holds back his clams.
You
Anyway,
felt by leaving the body in my
Cosmo's
cabin.
unrestrained slamming.
You could pin the crime on me, did you?
Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Good.
Yes, on an assassination mission, no less.
you wouldn't.
I just did. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
When is the good going to be a stopping point?
Never.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is
Impossible.
impossible. He had a sword.
Yeah, he couldn't do it. He had a sword, not a gun.
He doesn't have proficiency with ranged weapons.
Exactly. Fuck it. I'm not gonna debate it.
Yeah.
Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Sogi to commit the crime.
What?
The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? His sword! Karma!
Yeah? Yes?
I was like a sword of a gun, but yeah. This man does slashing damage.
Only!
Only.
Take that!
Oops.
You're making the evidence weep here. Renosuke Naruhodo.
Sorry?
Okay, well that was a little bit anticlimactic.
Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment.
Yeah. I didn't think that didn't
That's
seem
probably the gun then.
didn't seem right.
Never mind the evidence, you're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no. I can't upset Sasato-san, or I'll end up being upset too. We know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first-class cabins nearly all the time. So as long as the guard was there, it would not have been impossible. It would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. Oh. It's the
Oh,
it's
the
the
size.
piece it's the piece of paper. Kazuma was
Yeah.
gone.
What does the piece of paper do?
It says that
Evacuation.
it had to happen at 10 p.m. Kazuma
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
already gone.
Mm-hmm.
Save again. No, I'm not gonna save again. Because if this is wrong, then I'm just gonna reload the other save.
Fair. Yep.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
Slane's got the zoomies. An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. Good night, Selfie.
What?
Right.
Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guards wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly, the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at that time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings.
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
Which can be proven because his signature's in the books. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Let's go!
No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
Because you get it. What do you mean?
The boy's just saying things that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back into...
No. That's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma?
As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof.
Alibi.
No,
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. Yes, yes, yes! Break it! Break it!
the bench.
Break it! Break
the
it!
bench.
You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seshiro Jigoku? Break it, break it, break it.
it was that damned trial 10 years ago.
Break it, break it, break it.
Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Break it, break it.
I can't be able to wait.
Yes! Yes! Oh, oh god.
Whoa! Holy shit!
Dude went nuclear.
It's over. My life is over.
He's holding his hands together like he's handcuffed now, too.
Oh my god.
Is this him talking?
Yes.
Maybe?
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though, it was hardly a request. It was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Osurgi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Casimer's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself. Personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? Reaper?
There's only one person who could have done that.
Shut
Oh
up!
my god, shut the fuck up, Kazuma.
The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
I mean,
Good lord.
fucking stop. Shut up.
That means the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart.
Because he's sitting in the judge chair right now.
Anyway,
He'll stab me while I stand here.
Right.
the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness.
Woof.
But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion. I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British-issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student.
There it is. Okay, he had his own.
I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that.
So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Or schedule, maybe.
Schedule.
Yeah.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification.
Ah,
I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit.
oh.
So I took a hackneyed carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel, then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
Oh, please let there be fan art of that.
There's gotta be.
The hairpiece you found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room around 5:15. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later.
So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap.
Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah!
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but,
Gross.
Oh, God.
well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish.
That's so nasty.
Gross.
That's so bad.
Just toss it. Just toss it at that point. It's more suspicious having rotten fish than it is for him to
Mhm.
not have fish.
Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
Yeah, there's another part to this, though.
Sure is. Absolutely.
I love that pose of him in defeat.
Sean Hart being like, okay, let's wrap this up.
Oh, man. The witness stand just being
There's no more
fucking
need for a witness stand because the next person we're going to be prosecuting is in the judge sheet.
I've heard enough.
Yes. We gotta wrap
We
back
arrived
in.
at the truth
Clint.
about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors.
Should we stop here? We are very much past.
We're about to get
Yeah,
a
I've gotta-
selfie.
I feel like we're about to get it to be continued.
Okay.
Try this. Are we about to get it to be continued?
Yeah, right.
Because yeah, I am exhausted.
I gotta get up and move in the morning.
That's fair. This is fine. This is a fine place to.
Yeah, that's why I was suggesting it. It's not a huge deal if Trithis does not believe so, right?
Okay.
That there is
Technically,
one
we're
close.
not getting it to be continued, but this section is coming to a close.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's gonna be a fucking sprint to the end. I feel like
It's the finale tomorrow.
we
It's
gotta-
not tomorrow.
yeah, tomorrow. Definitely tomorrow. I don't think. My guess is 2.
Yeah.
I think 2.
My guess is 1. I think we got one more.
Because I think we're gonna have like. We need to
We've got
like
a lot
wrap
to resolve
in,
still.
Yeah, we need to wrap
Yeah.
up like what the heck happened 10 years ago. What happened with Clint? I feel like there's just like too much to be one.
What was
final.
Genshin Asogi's actual plans?
Yeah, to be like
Um,
one final thing. I think
Yeah.
my estimation is 2, but I have no idea.
And finagling it so that we're like attacking Strongheart finally, and
Yeah,
Right.
Iris' dad. Yeah.
there's just a
Is he?
lot. There's a lot going on.
Mhm.
There's a lot that I feel like could very easily be answered by Strongheart.
It could. It could.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Okay, Snow is saying. Snow, who has played it, is saying probably 1. Okay, Trythis, who has played it, is saying 2.
Alright.
Depends on how many signs we make.
Yeah. So,
Yes.
thank you guys so
And
much
dick
for
jokes.
watching. We'll see you again next Thursday. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, and have a good rest of your night. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Oh, goodbye.